Hello everyone. We're back for day 2. Just yesterday, our kickoff stream for Save and Sound was absolutely lovely. We learned, we jammed to some delicious music, and we just overall had a good time. I'm Hans, and I'll be your host for tonight, as well as for the next 2 days. We've been working on this project for quite some time now, and it's truly become something special. Now, 16 hours of content from more than 70 developers from around the world who created musical segments, just for you to watch. Save and Sound is a celebration of music in games. Oh, and by the way, we also have a Steam event attached to this show right now. It's on the front page of Steam, so it shouldn't be too hard to miss. There are, I believe, 150 games and soundtracks on sale, and there are also some exclusive demos, for you just to try out. And of course, we'll be presenting this show as we go. We'll be streaming every day from 7 p.m. CEST, 10 a.m. PDT, every day until Sunday. Now, enough blabbering. It's probably time to get into today's lineup, right? Are you ready? Open up your ear holes. There's quite a lot to go through. First, Warhammer 40k, Shootas, Blood and Teef, Melatonin, Ghost on the Shore, Trepang 2, Batora Lost Haven, Black Book, Onde, Nuts, Happy's Humble Burger Farm, Lego Bricktales, Cartel Tycoon, Tamarindos Freaking Dinner TM, Astrea, Six-Sided Oracles, Dreamscaper, Snufkin, Melody of Moominvalley, Stoneshard, OU, Citizen Sleeper, Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York, and finally, Kardboard King's Card Shop Simulator. That was quite a mouthful, to be honest. If you missed any of the game names, you can check out the full schedule on the Save and Sound website, saveandsound.io. So this show is organized in blocks. Tonight we have about 6 blocks, and in between those blocks, you'll find me right here. Production has actually glued me to this chair, so I am unable to move. And so I'll make sure to present every game when you come back to me. So it's probably time that we get this show started. We have Warhammer 40k, Shootas, Blood and Teef with a lovely soundtrack piece and a little performance at the end. Then we have Melatonin with a lovely rhythmic gameplay mashup, and Ghost on the Shore with a little chat about how the soundtrack came to be and some performances as well. And then we have Trepang 2, where the composer goes into the soundtrack details. All right, time to get into the content. I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye now.
Why, hello there. I didn't see you come in. I'm Dion van Heerden, here in my home in Cape Town, putting the finishing touches on the soundtrack for Warhammer 40k, Shootas, Blood and Teef. Today I'm going to give you a little sneak peek at the soundtrack and how it all came together. We're going to take a look at the technical and stylistic considerations that went into it. We're going to take a look at our multi-intensity music system, and of course, we're going to take a look at how the Goth Rockers track came together. I hope you enjoy it. As with any game soundtrack, the first step was receiving the brief, and it was with great anticipation that I awaited this one. Good job, Postal Service. I retired to my study to peruse the document. Why, hello there. I didn't see you come in. I'm Dion van Heerden, here in my home in Cape Town, putting the finishing touches on the soundtrack for Warhammer 40k, Shootas, Blood and Teef. Today I'm going to give you a little sneak peek at the soundtrack and how it all came together. We're going to take a look at the technical and stylistic considerations that went into it. We're going to take a look at our multi-intensity music system, and of course, we're going to take a look at how the Goth Rockers track came together. I hope you enjoy it. As with any game soundtrack, the first step was receiving the brief, and it was with great anticipation that I awaited this one. Good job, Postal Service. I retired to my study to peruse the document, and I have to say that I was immediately impressed by Rogueside's clearly defined vision and ambition for the game's soundtrack. Yes, of course. It suddenly all seemed so obvious. So, having thoroughly studied the brief, I decided to get to work. And as always, the first port of call was playtesting the game.
Where's the music?
Oh, sh**. Having been reminded that I needed to actually write some music and not just crump humies, it was time to get to work for real. While we knew from early on that the soundtrack would be primarily heavy metal, I also knew that the gameplay was dynamic, and I wanted the soundtrack to be able to accommodate this. Therefore, we opted for a multi-intensity music approach. We have 2 tracks representing the 2 primary gameplay states of combat and exploration, and the engine is crossfading between them as the player enters and exits combat. The transition is seamless, creating the illusion that, regardless of how often or when we enter or exit combat, the piece was composed that way. This not only requires minimal technical overhead on the part of the developers, but also allows me to write longer form pieces. This track was one of the first I concepted for the game, called Crash Landing. Most compositions for this project started life as just drums and guitar. I always want an instrument in my hands when I'm sketching the initial idea, and this is roughly what it would have sounded like initially. While composing, I'll always have game footage going, either in the video window of my DAW or on a second screen. I'll also frequently fire up the game and have the riff looping in the background while I play. This sort of immediate contextual feedback is incredibly important. So once I have a core idea that I'm happy with, I'll use it as a seed and write around 30 or 40 minutes worth of riffs. These will form the foundation of the track. Since heavy metal is the core of the soundtrack, these high-intensity tracks are usually what's written first. It's usually about midway through the process once I have a decent structure going, but where it's still limited to just being guitar, bass and drums, that I'll start looking at the low-intensity variant. Since the music can crossfade at any point, it's very important to keep the player's ear orientated harmonically between the 2 versions, and for me, the foundation of this is adapting and aligning the bass tracks. Here I've brought the low intensity tracks bass down to compare the 2. So even though the low intensity one is half time, I'm ensuring that at no point do they ever conflict tonally. Once the two are harmonically aligned, I can start embellishing and building out the arrangements for both. Where the multi-intensity system provides us with a great deal of variety on a per-track basis, the soundtrack is given a sense of stylistic diversity by having the individual tracks themed according to the races or factions the player encounters, as well as the levels they pass through. And here are a few examples. A few months ago, I was incredibly excited to learn that Shootas Blood and Teef would feature a performance by an orc band called the Six Shootas, playing on a giant, fire-spewing stage during the boss fight at the end of the Orc Shantytown level. At the time, I was writing a fast-paced piece of punk thrash metal for that level, and it occurred to me that the central instrumental hook fit extremely well with the title of the game. So, I locked myself away for a few days, cooked up some lyrics, and emerged with a demo. The lyrics, a sort of anarchic, orky space pirate anthem, were extremely well received, and Games Workshop proved to be outstanding collaborators in getting the music exactly to where it needed to be. All that was left was to find our lead orc, and after a great deal of searching and several rounds of auditions, we found him in Audrey Ordan.
For me, it was the moment I pressed play on your recording when you did the wah.
Yeah.
I just knew, like, okay, that's it. We're done. We're sorted. We've got our orc.
I had so much fun doing it. It was something that really inspired me. Being in a room, being able to sing for something that you're very passionate about, but it's just like a huge honor. So yeah, thank you so much for everyone that's been listening or that's going to listen. It's gonna be rad.
Some humans
Hello again! Well, I hope you enjoyed that sneak peek at the soundtrack for Warhammer 40k, Shootas, Blood, and Teef. There's still plenty to see and hear, but we don't want to give away all our secrets just yet. The game comes out later this year, so don't forget a wish list. Man's gotta eat. Until then, I'll just be here playtesting. Goodbye.
the moon lights up the sky. Winter's breath and fairy dust. Hold this love of mine. Rest in my arms and I'll keep you warm, keeping the wolves at bay. I'll stay by your side. Hush, little child, till night turns into day. Till night turns into day. Blood of mine, hold me tight. Don't ever let me go. Spring will come sooner than you think and make the flowers grow. Let a veil of night cover up your eyes. Mama will take care of the dark. The wood is dry, the flames run high, and stars will guide your spark. Stars will guide your spark. Morning weeps, sunlight creeps between the rocks and stones. The tide comes in, whispers me still to leave this place alone. When time goes by, I'll shed my skin. My feet will touch the soil again. The waves call my name, but my spirit will remain in the heart of Little Rock. In the heart of Little Rock. In the heart of Little Rock.
I really was inspired by Mick Gordon. It's like he's the composer of the Doom soundtracks. Something completely different, but he has a really very cool philosophy. He was like change the process, change the outcome. So we did that too. We tried to like do different methods of recording, use different instruments. So like for example, we used guitars and other instruments, not as an instrument, but as a sort of resonator to play along with other instruments. For example, an organ. We placed an electric guitar alongside with it. It was like inside the amp, so each time this played the organ, the guitar strings were moving and were making the sound of their own. In the mind of a ghost, like something you really can't control, that's there. It's not just that instrument, but the whole environment is like the instrument.
Yeah, because you spent most of the game exploring alone. Like the most important thing for us was to convey the sense of place and the scenery. We have two avenues to approach that. Like one is like enforcing the visuals. Like you have the nature and the surroundings of the islands. So we meticulously recorded the different locations to match your surroundings and create little vignettes that make you feel present in that moment. And the cool thing about that is that you can enforce some things the player sees, like you have these trees and the leaves rustling in the wind and the seagulls flying around, so we incorporate that. But you can also add tiny touches which the player doesn't see, like the sound of insects or things like that. So in that way we try to reinforce a sense of place with our environmental sounds. On the other hand, we try to convey the physicality of the character itself, because Riley is the only character who's present physically in that world. At that time we thought it was very important to convey that, especially because it's a first-person game and you can't really see the player itself. And that way we spend a lot of time and care crafting the sounds of the backpack and the clothes rustling and the footsteps on every surface. Yeah, and that worked out very well.
We recorded everything ourselves. Every footstep you hear in the game, I walked that one. So really isolated, like footsteps, surfaces on wooden floors, all that kind of stuff. We recorded isolated in the studio. And when you combine that with field recordings and we did in real environmental sounds, you still have the control of accentuating specific sounds.
Like when you open a backpack and stuff like that, we have like 10 recordings of backpacks opening, and then you stylize the right speed for the right moment, which fits with the UI design and stuff like that. We made sure to create accent sounds or record accent sounds very up close, so we have a lot of definition there. It's creating a palette, you know. So I don't. Yeah.
It has to be one. You can't like have the feeling as a player that the footsteps are too hard because you're not immersed in the game itself. So that's like primary for everything. We made it. We really focused on the mix. I think that was the hardest part, to get like all these isolated sounds we made in the studio, which gave us a lot of control, but to incorporate them in the game so you don't have the feeling as player that like you're stepping over a landscape, but you really have to be stepping into the landscape, so really have to get the balance right for that.
Yeah, that was really tough. We did a lot of iteration on that, because every time you incorporate a new sound, you're like, yeah, it's a new toy, so we're happy, and then like Martis lower the volume. Yeah, keep on. I think everything like fell in place when we put the music in that too. Because if you have like the environmental stuff, that's cool. So we get the Foley inside that. So very good. So like we made a game, we made it like very realistic. But then you have to like put in the music, and then it like all falls into place, because together,
then you don't have like a person walking somewhere, but you have like a person walking in a certain mood that like gets its setting from a piano or whatever. We came to the conclusion that it's so easy to make like scary music, like horror music. It's like you set one tone of a piano, and everything goes dark and everything turns black, but that was not, we had to make it lighter, so
almost every track we started on the track and
back down. It's too hard, it's too intense.
Everything is based on story, right? Like the visuals, the audio cues, everything has to reinforce the story we're telling. So we made sure that we had this whole cue list of what characters would be present at that time, at that location, where that music has to play.
And there's like a big nostalgic feel also to it. Sounds or like recording methods. Also, we recorded on cassette tape, on big old recorders.
Yeah, for one of the tracks we even like did this whole song. We recorded it and we blasted it through this piano and recorded it again. And
you have to like search something with the tools you have available. So we made it from the start clear that these were the tools, and it made us like very uncomfortable because we're used to like playing guitars and pianos and stuff. And when you have like a bicycle,
it was very liberating actually, because every new setup meant it was a new instrument to learn, like playing the bike, playing like this feedback loop of string guitar. Each place has a name, and each place is very specific to the story and to us. So we made sure we could craft like this tiny soundscape for each scene specifically. But we could make like a specific palette for each place and choose what kind of wind there was, what kind of foliage there was, the color of the sound. So the 3 islands each have a different kind of soundscape. We wanted to accentuate that. Again, this is reflected in the visuals as well. The time of day changes, the mood changes, the weather changes. And the first island is very bright, and you explore, and it's a very lush sound with birds and seagulls, and a golden beach and stuff like that. But when you get to the last island, it's very moody, very dark. We have a lot of frogs.
More indoor spaces too.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we had to make a lot of choices for reverb and sound reflection on surfaces, indoor surfaces.
This was a mistake.
Yes, it was.
Hello? Anybody there?
Little lamp, evening
You can hear me.
You need to leave.
I can't.
I think I like it here. These islands hold so many stories. I want to know them all. I want to know yours. I'm going crazy, aren't I?
You're not crazy, Riley.
Why are you here?
I love you, Tig. You're gonna have to be strong without me.
Lord knows you need someone to take care of you.
I don't know if I can trust you. Because you lie.
I don't lie.
Get away from me!
I'm your mother. You do as I say.
It's Nora. I'm so sorry.
Come back to me.
What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Throughout the 2.5 years that I've been working on the soundtrack for Trepang 2, I've learned a lot of things, and one thing stood out the most. I needed to make this soundtrack as bold and as chaotic as Trepang itself. From us experimenting with weapon attachments to me experimenting with breakbeat and all these different kinds of genres, I've had some hits and I've had some misses. And then what I talk about, I think it'd fit really well into very, very early on in the game to make them seem badass and lighthearted. They're just stomping out looking like Crash Bandicoot. A lot of it is just experimentation. Like, I'm just trying to figure out like what it is. But you know what? Throughout all that trial and error, I wrote a song called Serenity. The song in itself is about ending one's life through a constant barrage of stimulus and information, not unlike a brainwash. In most Trepang songs, I actually have a segment of Serenity reversed. I wanted to convey Subject 106 is undoing the brainwash done on him.
Warhammer 40k Shootas Blood and Teef has a demo available right now on Steam. Melatonin will actually be released in September, which is incredibly soon, so please make sure to add that to your wish list. And we also had Ghost on the Shore, and it also has a demo and a sale on its game and its soundtrack. So maybe a little bit of a try before you buy a situation, maybe you'll just buy it outright. And Trepang 2 also has a demo available right now on Steam. I am Hans, your host for the evening, but more importantly, you are now watching Save and Sound, a celebration of music in games. I hope that you've been enjoying this lovely content that we've been showcasing you so far. We have a lot more in store. So, are you comfy? Are you relaxed? What are you drinking right now? Just let me know, chat. More importantly, we have to get down to the next content block. We are at 2 out of 6. We're scheduled to run for 3 more hours. First, we will check out Batora Lost Haven, an interplanetary RPG presenting its composition. Then, Black Book, a dark RPG with card battling mechanics, doing a lovely and nature-loving performance. If you don't get what I mean, you'll find out soon enough, no worries. After that, Onde, a smooth sound-surfing platformer, diving into the intricacies of how the game audio is created. And we'll finish this lovely block with Nuts, with an interesting Foley concert. And yeah, that's actually about it for now. I'll see you after this block.
Hello everyone, I'm Gaetano Caltobiano, art director at Stormind Games, and I'm here to present to you our newest game, Batora Lost Haven, and what lies behind its awesome soundtrack. Batora Lost Haven is a strongly narrative action RPG where the protagonist, a teenage girl called Avril, has to face an incredible cosmic journey and use her power to save everything she loves. Avril's journey will take her to 4 different worlds, each representing one of the natural elements. Each of these worlds represent very diverse environments and they are all inhabited by intriguing characters with their own unique customs. When we started thinking about the soundtrack for the game, we knew that what Batora needed was a poetic, deep atmosphere that could match the game's narrative and lead the players into the adventurous journey. To find the right mood, we started from the main pillars of all our games, intense stories. That was our mantra. So our main approach was to establish the references that best convey deep and poetic stories. The main references inspiration for this project were well, definitely Ori franchise because of his poetic atmosphere. Then also some big classics from cinema like Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Dune, and obviously the oniric world of the game's journey. These were all fundamental starting points to produce what has become the soundtrack of Batora Lost Haven. Then, the first step was to contact an highly experienced professional in the industry. Someone who would understand our need for a soundtrack that wouldn't just cover some empty space with sound, but that could tell a whole story. So we got in contact with Ron Fish, who composed the soundtrack of huge games like God of War, Batman Arkham series, and we started working together on Batora. To create the soundtrack, we started from what the game's story evokes, which is a long journey of discovering and growth, where Avril has to make many significant decisions that could change the fate of the entire universe. We wanted the music to represent all different locations and moods that Avril visits, always keeping in mind that she is traveling through space, and also the weight of her decision can have on her life and on the lives of everyone around. All the planets that Avril will visit and also the aliens that she will come across during the game are actually inspired by real places and existing human cultures. Even the several areas of each planet are very different from each other, and we wanted the soundtrack to fully represent this difference. So, thanks to different instruments and melodies, Batora soundtrack retraces and evokes tradition and cultures of real human population that have inspired the world building and of each planets that ever visit. For example, you have the planet representing the element of air. Is strongly based on Chinese mythologies and settings, so we chose to make the sitar and as a predominant instrument in these game areas. Another planet, like Masdam, is inspired by Northern European areas and population. So for those we use a lot of horns, hang drums. common thread of the soundtrack, because we wanted to give it an overall consistency and a space feeling, is the slightly electronic connotation of the whole production. The tools we used were Fmod, Reaper and Ableton Live. They are all necessary to compose, manage and implement sounds within a real engine's workflow. We are very satisfied with how Batora's soundtracks turned out. It says all we wanted it to say. It's emotional, adventurous, it has a strong action elements. It's exactly the soundtrack that we had in mind for our game. And we hope that the players will feel that the sense of growth, discovery and the interplanetary journey that we wanted to evoke.
Finally, I'll have my revenge.
So, are you ready to meet fascinating creatures, explore mysterious planets, discover where your decision will take you and listen to games' awesome soundtracks? Batora Lost Heaven is coming to PC and console this fall. Don't miss any of the news and surprises related to Batora. Wishlist it right now on Steam.
And we're back, everyone. Batora Lost Haven has a demo available. Black Book, Onde, and Nuts are on sale right now on the Save and Sound event page. Because, yes, in addition to this very show, we also have a Steam sale running where you can check out over 150 games and soundtracks which are on sale, and also some exclusive demos that you can try out. But do make sure to check that out before July 18th, before we disappear back into nothingness. I hope that everyone watching is doing well. I just had a pizza myself, so I am feeling quite energized. Shout out to Safuni in chat for drinking water. That's extremely healthy, and I like that. All right, next up, we got Happy's Humble Burger Farm, probably the creepiest cooking game you've ever played, with an audio deep dive. And then we got Lego Bricktales, who will be showcasing some tidbits about the game's composition. And we'll end this little block with Cartel Tycoon, where we will be watching some gameplay and get some insights into its audio design. I am still Hans, your host for Save and Sound. This is Clyde, and I'll see you after these segments. When was the last time you washed your hands?
Oh, hello. I didn't see you there. Despite, setting up the shot and hitting record. My name is John Riley, aka John of the Shred. I am 1/3 of CEST dev team. We have released a number of games such as the indie slasher horror, Northbury Grove, the boomer shooter, To the End of Days,
My pinky's bigger than your brain.
and most recently the horror adventure cooking simulator fast food fever dream, Happy's Humble Burger Farm. One of my primary jobs with CEST is handling all of the sound design and music. And today, what with this being Save and Sound, I'm going to be talking about the music I composed, performed, mixed, and mastered for the game. So fire up the grill, get those patties thawed, toast them buns, put on the appropriate toppings per your own personal tastes, and, get ready to bite into the juicy soundtracks and score of Happy's Humble Burger Farm. The very first piece of music I composed for Happy's Humble Burger Farm was the theme song, Happy the Humble Heifer. I had a very specific vision for this particular track. I wanted it to sound like a theme song from a lost cartoon show that aired in the late 80s or early 90s, but meets a Wagnerian rock wall of sound epic, pretty much the Pokemon theme meets Bat Outta Hell. Fate would have it, I got both.
We'll climb every mountain, we'll ride every road. Adventure awaits us, excitement wherever we go. And no one can stop us wherever we roam. We're better together.
I reached out to Jason Page on the first official day of development. Once Tiny Build gave us the green light, that was my first move. Jason is probably most known for providing the iconic vocals to the Pokemon theme song, a track that has inspired multiple generations of kids. He also, come to find out, did backing vocals on Bat Outta Hell 3, which incidentally was a huge inspiration for the entire Scythe Saga universe back when I started it in 2005. I gave him an overview of the Scythe Saga universe, gave him a rundown of the game, and he agreed to write lyrics and vocal melodies for the theme song. After the call, I immediately got started on a track, and after a few hours, I proudly sent over a first draft. Within a few hours of that, he sent me back a perfect encapsulation of what I had asked. We wound up using this track to end the alpha, and later, the full version of the game. I actually made an extended version of this track so the end credits could sync up on an epic guitar solo. It was the first solo I actually ever recorded with a new Fender Player Stratocaster that I had bought. Happy's Humble Burger Farm is actually a sequel to the game Happy's Humble Burger Barn. And for the soundtrack to that game, I made a lo-fi hip-hop album called Landing Gear. For Happy's Humble Burger Farm, I wanted to make many new albums, as many as I could, to put on the game's jukebox. I wound up making just under 6 hours of original new music for the game, not counting the crappy jazz band. Few of the albums on the jukebox were from previous games. As I just mentioned, Landing Gear was from Burger Barn. Also, there was the soundtrack for our wonky fighting game, Senile Showdown. There are a few tracks from the Northbury Grove trilogy, such as Grace Bailey and the Rock the Warehouse album, which were both featured in Walls Closing In. But I did make a number of albums from scratch for this game. First of which was Departing Flight, a direct sequel to Landing Gear. The next album I made was Super Barnyard Buds. This was all done with retro sounds to get a Super Nintendo era vibe to it. In fact, I went back and played A Link to the Past and other Super Nintendo classics just to get a little inspiration when I was making this album. Then there was the dark and depressing Hypnosystemic album. This one is really dark and ambient, very Boards of Canada inspired, believe it or not. This particular album was also added to the holiday special we did, which we added to the initial Burger Farm Alpha. Each track on the album corresponded with a page you could find in the snow-covered update to New Elysia City.
In the discomforting stillness of New Elysian City, a secret beckons. Stalk the streets and locate hidden pages. Collect these research documents to unearth answers to the mysteries plaguing your existence. Mysteries you couldn't conjure in your deepest, most terrifying nightmares.
The next album I recorded was Mutual Decline, which was just as moody as Hypnosystemic, but much more melodic. There was also a new metal album called Fountain of Guts, and I actually started making some beefier mixes and hiring some vocalists to sing on each track. If I ever get around to completing this update to Fountain of Guts, it will be released as Mountain of Guts. Another album made for the game was Ambush, a 6-song album, 5 of which were trap and like bro step, dubstep inspired. And a 6th that was very psychedelic trance. I intended to make a whole side trance album, but just ran out of time because I needed to focus on the score. Before I get to the score, there was also the spaghetti western sci-fi music of the Seacoast Row album. Those were older tracks, unreleased for an abandoned game we were making in 2020. It was really rewarding to get this and all the other music on the jukebox. Lastly was all the music made for Obscura programming. This is the TV programming. There was 60 plus original programs. Some of them featured music from our programmer, Caleb Alfata, under KFDDA. Some good electronic numbers to mix it up a bit. Also managed to produce 2.5 hours of talk radio inspired by the radio stations in GTA. So there's lots of lore for the story-minded people out there. In fact, this animated background was designed based on the New Elysian radio station map in the game. And yes, I did provide the voice for Maverick Cooper, the radio host who is trapped. Play the game. I don't want to spoil it, but that's me. Now, my intention with all of this was to give players lots and lots to sink their teeth into. With Endless Mode, you could listen to hours and hours of music while playing Endless Mode, and it will give you different vibes. There's also the talk radio available in Endless Mode, so you can listen to music and comedy and lore for hours as you rock the grill in Burger Purgatory. The score itself had to suit various needs, but instead of pinpointing every single track, I'll just note a few of my favorite moments. Now please know, these are spoilers, so if you haven't played the game yet, I highly encourage you, go give it a run before watching this part of the video. Alright, sure you want these spoiled patties? Last warning. Alright. Perhaps my favorite musical moment in the game is this melody that kicks in deep into the Acid Peter boss fight, which is the first boss fight of the game if you have not had 3 infractions in the restaurant. Some areas just scream for ambience. Asset Chuck's Lair is like a John Carpenter movie meets the Forest Temple from Ocarina of Time. There's also a big band version of the theme song, and you can hear it in the diner. I hired an amazing artist who provided all the brass instruments from Fiverr, Art of Brass. I just sent him the track and he improvised off my foundation, playing the entire brass section. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this look into the music of Happy's Humble Burger Farm. Have a great saving sound. Keep crushing it out there to my fellow composers. It's for you who like listening to video game music. It is all for you that us crazy composers put so much effort and love into our soundtracks. Growing up playing games like Donkey Kong Country, Ocarina of Time, and dozens, countless others, video game music to me is one of the most important things to a video game sticking in my head for decades. So I can only hope that in some small way I can stir this nostalgia in others who play the games I compose music for 20 years down the line. Thank you for watching, and have a great, happy, humble day.
I'll help you fast, happy old pal.
Hello folks, I'm Maximilian Strucker and I'm the composer of the soundtrack of Lego Bricktales. We are making a video for Safe and Sound and I will show you my work for this project, but first I will talk about some aspects of the music for this amazing game. With me, fortunately, is Chi, who's the project lead of Lego Bricktales. Hello, Chi.
Are we online?
Yes, we are online.
This is it?
This is it.
Very well read.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
rehearsed.
Yes. Chi, we worked together on this project. We had a lot of conversations, I think.
We did.
And let's start with the first topic, Lego Bricktales. What kind of music did this game need?
You want me to chat a little bit?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about Lego Bricktales, I mean, some people might have already seen like the trailers or some footage circulating online and impressions. And yeah, to summarize, the game is essentially a puzzle adventure game, right? And one of the key aspects was, okay, you have, as a mechanic that's rather new, is like you get to build with Lego and actually solve problems with Lego as a gameplay element. That was one key aspect of the game. And the other aspect, which we were very adamant about, is the fact that the levels that you get to explore are fully built out of Lego. So that was like kind of an interesting meeting point. We had to think about, okay, well, back to the topic of music. It's like, what exactly do we want there? Because there's one aspect of saying, okay, we make a puzzle game. Obviously, you don't want to make music that's like super hyper or anything like that, you know? Where you go like, okay, people sit down, they take the time to solve certain, you know, puzzles, they take the time to think about things, so you can't just go, you know, like high energy. And at the same time, I remember us having the discussions like way back, because the exploration of the levels, you know, it plays a little bit like a 3D platformer. So we were thinking like, okay, some basic references. You go like, okay, is it like Super Mario? Is it like Banjo-Kazooie, something like this?
Yes, we were talking about these games,
Right. And I remember like we had to spend a lot of time figuring out, okay, what exactly is the energy level that we're trying to hit with this particular game? Because as I said before, if you go too high energy, or if you take something like a 3D platform as a reference where we spend a lot of time running and jumping, those are things where it's very upbeat music, it might not quite fit, even though, you know, Lego and everything has a rather playful presentation to it. So it was like interesting to see, okay, to dial it down, so to speak. say, okay, let's go a little bit more relaxed, but at the same time finding a point where you say, okay, this is too much. It shouldn't be so relaxed that it becomes too chill. You know.
Well, it's not easy, you know. Like I have 2 post-its in my studio, and it says it should be driving, but it should be calm. it's not so easy. And then
it's almost like the paradox of meeting those 2 things, because I remember talking about it. It should have some energy that's kind of pushing you through the story.
Yes. So I think we had some solution together that we said there should be a rhythm, and maybe there can be music going on and building up on it, and then it has to be some sort of calm moment also. Yeah, but for me there was also a third aspect to watch, and it was the level itself. So we can say there are Lego Bricktales. There are 5 different levels, and they are very
worlds.
So
each world has like a number of levels that you can explore.
Yes. It's 5 worlds, and they are very different. And for me, I sometimes it felt like I'm starting a new soundtrack for a new world, like a new soundtrack for a new game, because it also graphically it's so different. So I really hope that it's driving but calm and also fitting to the place. And I think I can spoil that one of this world is well, I just called it a desert. I don't know what the official name for it is.
The name we're going for is still desert.
Desert.
I don't think that's going to change anytime.
Folks, we will show you some of that later. And well, we talked about it has to be adventurous, but it also has to be enough space. And you said
it has to cover 5 different worlds.
Yes.
I mean, we can make mention of this essentially. So I mean, for those who haven't heard about it, it's like we offer 5 different worlds. So I can count them. Like the first one is jungle. You have desert. You have medieval. You have the city, and you have Caribbean. And on a gameplay side, I remember, or at least on a design side, I remember we wanted to go for very distinct worlds that also are visually very distinct, those sort of things, and have a high contrast to each other. So you can probably talk about what it's like if you have people like us coming towards you and say, hey, compose 5 stylistically completely different, not even pieces of music, but multiple pieces of music, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'm allowed to spoil all these 5 words which you just named.
The information
is out there. Okay, so yes, as you said, of course, it is an Asian jungle. It doesn't sound difficult, but you have to make sure you don't feel to be in a South American jungle. Yeah, so you have to make sure it feels like an Asian jungle because of the graphic. That was clear. The Caribbean, yes, well, we have a lot of pictures for that one. Medieval, I used also very authentic and original instruments, like in Desert. Desert was, I think, when we start the world of Desert, then we see a lot of pyramids, and I think that was somehow for me the clue. It should be in North Africa, so I used instruments from that region.
All right.
And then there was City, which is kind of a surprise, I guess, because, well, City can, let's say it will be a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, in terms like the worlds, we don't specifically pin it down to real world locales, but yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, we take inspiration from different real world places, so to speak. So that became also part of the discussion. How do we style the music around this? And then let's say, well, I imagine Yeah, you could actually start, just talk about desert and say, kind of give us a walkthrough how that came about.
Yeah, yeah. It was very interesting to make like exotic for me tracks for the desert environment. My point wasn't to produce 100% Egypt music or something like that, because I couldn't do that. So I tried to make like a Hollywood-ish desert. And although I think, well, our game is international, so I hope everyone feels comfortable hearing it. But of course, it's not original, but because it has to fit the game. But I really tried to use some authentic Egypt instruments. And then, if you like, I can show you my my project and show you some stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because you well, with anything, because on one hand, with the Lego worlds that we offer, we wanted to go for essentially like iconic stuff, like very distinct visuals, right? But at the same time, it's like this balance to strike between saying, okay, what does it mean to be like authentic, so to speak? Because we have to accept the fact that we are not culturally involved with whatever we're trying to show there. So it's like, as I said before, we're not trying to show, oh, this is North Africa or anything like this, but it's rather like playing with very iconic and distinct elements that we felt like we could present well in Lego.
Yeah. Yeah. It was always the so interesting to switch between how real is it and how much Lego is it. You know what I mean? So, well, let's. The time is running. I will just show you. For example, I hope this is now you can hear it. This is the wind. Of course, we are in the desert with the desert wind. You can hear some flies. And yeah, that's that. Then one of the very important aspects is of course the rhythm we talked earlier, and I used that one. It's the darbuka, and that's very realistic. But then I think we watched Dune, and I tried to put in some the instrument called zukra. It's like what I think it's a little bit like a bagpipe, and of course, unfortunately, I can't use it like in the movie, so it mustn't be so bombastic.
Yeah, that was don't be bombastic. That's the wrong game.
Yeah. Yes. So well, that was the wind, and that was the rhythm, and that was the zukra, and we have some ensembles. I will show you this one. It's I have the Turkish ney, the Persian ney, and the ud, like mixed together in one mix. Let's just hear that. And of course, it's our European way of notes. It's not the Arabic one. So, okay, I think I just hit the play button, and maybe we can mix it with some footage. And gee, what do you want to say? Do you have some last words?
Now, or should we wait for it for the end?
I think you say goodbye, and I just hit play maybe, and then we'll let the. Or do you want to have the footage and then say something after it?
No, we'll figure it out. I mean, I can do it like the outro now.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess thanks for watching, and especially thanks for listening for the next bit, especially. I would say keep your eyes peeled on news on our game. And especially keep your eyes peeled for the game in and of itself that we're working on to get it done on, to be released at some point. I guess that's it. I guess it is time now to listen to some music. Driving, but at the same time.
Well, that's it, folks. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Goodbye.
And pretend that you're in the world of Cartel Tycoon. What do you hear? Trucks, of course, your lieutenants riding all around the regions and keeping your empire intact. Ambient of cities, rivers, docks. But there's something else, isn't there? Something that either makes you dance with joy or prepare your cuppa for the worst. We're talking about music, of course. Music greets you when you start the game, open our latest devlog, or, if you own the special edition, it might even be your alarm. Music is integrated into the world of Cartel Tycoon and you can't imagine the game without it. It's all original, of course, and made by lots and lots of talented people all around the world. Today we wanted to shine some light on the musicians who made the soundtrack of our game and on their creative process. But before we talk about these artists and their music, let's talk about Cartel Tycoon. Cartel Tycoon is a survival business sim where you play as a succession of drug lords. You start with nothing, but you want everything. So you need to build supply chains, make powerful friends, scheme your way through government forces, and destroy the gangs occupying the world of Cartel Tycoon. Your leader, Capo, will die, of course, but the game's not over when it happens. You rule as a succession, remember? Choose your playstyle, choose the mod you want to play in, and dig in. Just don't forget to turn up the volume on the soundtrack. In the background you can see me playing sandbox mod of Cartel Tycoon. I chose this mod because, well, I can control all of the settings and I wanted to showcase some exciting gameplay. So turn up the volume, watch me playing and listen to the awesome soundtrack of Cartel Tycoon right now. You've had some time now to enjoy the soundtrack, so let's talk about the artists. They are, once again, Campos, Vicious Seeds, Candeleros, Orquesta Mendoza, Tribling Sound, Dengu 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 and Prisma, and Chico Unicornio. Let's talk about Campos first. It started as a side project for Joshua Camp, who's been in the industry for well over 20 years now. Both as a performer playing a fair amount of Broadway and in touring music groups, and as a songwriter-composer for advertising, TV, films, and now, with Cartel Tycoon, video games. Vicious Seeds is a group from St. Petersburg, and they describe their style as a mix of ironic, psychedelic, and cinematographic funk, with a side of jazz, hip-hop, and other groove. Candeleros deliver their very own unique Afro-Caribbean vibes with a strong identity, folklore and psychedelia with a modern twist. 6 band members come from different regions of Colombia and Venezuela, and they started working together when they met in Madrid, Spain. Orquesta Mendoza is a Latin music band from Tucson, Arizona. It was founded by a singer and guitarist Sergio Mendoza in 2009. They call their own style indie mambo, and in 2009 they wanted to play just a bit as a part of the tribute project, but it was too fun to stop, so they're still going strong. Tribling Sound. Alvaro Ernesto is a Peruvian DJ/producer of electronic and fusion music. Under the alias Tribling Sound, he has been making fusion music since 2006, combining elements from rhythms like cumbia, afro, and chicha. Dengu 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 and Prisma. Under the Dengu 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 name, producers, DJs, and graphic designers Rafael Pereira and Felipe Salmon have, for the last 10 years, created a unique fusion of music, exploring Peru's rich and diverse musical heritage. We're so glad to have them on board. And Chico Unicornio is a musician, composer, DJ, plastic artist, producer, and multi-instrumentalist who was born in Lima, Peru, and has been creating his unique sound since 2010. Well, a bit of knowledge is good, but let's get back to listening. And now we wanted to show you 2 tracks that will be a part of the new soundtrack coming to Cartel Tycoon with the full release of the game. One of them is created by Tribling Sound, a group we've already talked about. And the second one is made by Daniel Friedel, a Swedish musician who we are very excited to welcome aboard our game. Enjoy the music. Well, we hope that you enjoyed this chill mix of gameplay, awesome soundtrack, and a bit of music trivia. Once again, my name is Andre, and I'm the community manager of Cartel Tycoon. If you like the music you heard, you can buy the special edition of the game, which includes the soundtrack. And our 1.0 release will include even more music from artists you've heard and learned about today, as well as new ones. Thank you, goodbye, and see you on the lands of Cartel Tycoon.
And we're back, everyone. Happy's Humble Burger Farm is on sale right now. Shout out to John of the Shred for sticking around in chat. It's very lovely to have you with us. Lego Bricktales has a demo available, and Cartel Tycoon is available for purchase. Out of any of the games that you've seen so far tonight, please do not hesitate to wishlist them, try out the demos if they have them. If you've got some of that money, don't hesitate to just chuck your credit card at the screen. Don't ask me how it works. We are now officially halfway through the show. So thanks for sticking around. If you missed any of the wonderful content that was streamed earlier, don't you worry about it. The VOD is going to be uploaded to our YouTube channel right here, Bedtime Digital Games. And now we've got some incredibly funky things coming your way. Up next, Tamarindos freaking dinner with a rhythmic in-game concert made just for the show. And then we'll have Astrea Six-Sided Oracles, a deck-building roguelite with a deep dive. We're probably going to be exploring the game's soundtrack, and then final piece of the block tonight is Dreamscaper, where we'll be listening to the studio's co-founder and the composer of the game, Dale North, have a little chat. Are any of y'all lactose intolerant, by the way? Because that pizza I had earlier, kind of getting to me now. I don't know why we do this to ourselves. Anyway, sorry. Let's go on to the content. Shout out to Paul One Life. Bye-bye now.
Tamarindos. Freaking dinner. Macario, they are only dead people listening to shitty music. Macario, they are only dead people listening to shitty music.
He was dead.
When he died.
He was dead.
When he died. When he died.
He was dead. He was dead. He was dead.
When he died.
This is the story of a guy who, when he died, they found music inside his lungs. But his sad reality is that everyone loved him because he was already dead.
When he died. Now please understand that Macario is just a dead dinosaur alive inside a screen. He is always dead because he is always dying. Macario, they are only dead people listening to shitty music. Macario, they are only dead people listening to shitty music. And now that we are, what do you like more, pizza or pasta? Are you scared? They're just dead cannibals locked in a VHS tape. Welcome to Tagamago's Mansion, the worst place in Beluga's galaxy. By the way, do you like Duck and Stormy Nights?
He was dead.
When he died.
He was dead.
When he died. Because I remember that the time I was killed was on a dark stormy night next to a tasty taco restaurant.
He was dead.
When he died. Tamarindos. Freaking dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking dinner. Now please please understand that Macario is just a dead dinosaur alive inside a screen. He is always dead because he is always dying.
He was dead.
When he died.
He was dead.
When he died. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner. 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 Remember, don't cry for him, because he was dead when he died. Don't cry. Don't cry. Cry. Remember, don't cry for him, because he was dead when he died. Don't cry. Don't cry. Cry. Remember, don't cry for him, because he was dead when he died. Don't cry. Don't cry. Cry. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner. It's 8 o'clock and I don't wanna die, but everybody does in this haunted mansion. What am going to do? I don't wanna cry, I don't wanna cry. Dr. Noodle has kidnapped me. I don't wanna be part of his plan, but he is very good playing the drums. I don't wanna die in this house of cannibal weirdos, but I don't want to die again. Now please understand that Macario is just a dead dinosaur alive inside a screen. He is always dead because he is always dying.
He was dead.
When he died.
He was dead.
When he died. When he died.
He was dead. He was dead. He was dead.
When he died. When he died. Now please understand that Macario is just a dead dinosaur alive inside a screen. He is always dead because he is always dying. It's 8 o'clock and I don't wanna die, but everybody does in this haunted mansion. What am going to do? I don't wanna cry, I don't wanna cry. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner.
He was dead.
When he died.
He was dead. He was dead.
When he died.
He was dead.
When he died. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking. Dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking dinner. Tamarindos. Freaking dinner.
Rafael Langoni with Moonsailor Studio, and we're excited to be here in such great company and to be writing the music of Astrea Six-Sided Oracles, which is a beautiful game, the kind of game I love to play. And it's great to be writing music for a game like this that has such beautiful art and inspires us to make music the way we like it. So this game has a cosmic theme, and for this we're employing an orchestral sound with a heavy presence of chromatic percussion. That's what for me represents the stars and space and this relationship between light and dark. I was raised on strategy games, especially Final Fantasy Tactics, of which I'm a big fan of the music, of the work Sakimoto did for it. The way he managed to insert simple and memorable melodies in complex musical settings is an example to me of how you can give VGM replayability. So if you're going to be stuck in a part of the game for a while, or even thinking about what's your next step, it's a good thing that the music has so much interest that it doesn't get boring quickly, it doesn't get obvious quickly. I always like to talk about the relationship between the composer and the listener, and how you have to play an even game with whoever's listening to your music, and how hard they're playing this game, because if they're just passing by and seeing something on television, then it's a lighter relationship with the music. But if they're playing something and they're subject to the music for a long period of time, then it's a more complex relationship they'll have with the music. So you can allow yourself to go deeper in concept and in comprehensibility, and go for more complex ideas and more interesting out of the ordinary concepts. And this is something we strove for in Astrea's music. We try to translate the moods of the game into ideas that are musically one step ahead of what would be expected in terms of musical complexity in a video game soundtrack. The first piece I'd like to show you is the main title of the game, which also has the main theme of the game. And I think it comprises a lot of the inspiration and energy I want to introduce in the game. And it features the beautiful work of Narek Papoyan, our orchestrator and arranger. He's a luxurious addition to our studio's powers. Has been a pleasure to work with. He's a great guy. Extremely talented, and I had never heard his orchestrations before, just his chiptune work, and he kills it on orchestration, and it's wonderful to be with somebody like this, working in a game like this.
Hi, I'm Narek Papoyan. I'm an Armenian musician based in Spain, and I've joined Moonsailor to orchestrate and arrange the soundtrack for Astrea, Six-Sided Oracles. My background is classical. I'm a violinist with classical training, but most people in chiptune and digital fusion communities might know me better as Promptastic. I've been making music for the last 2 years, really, and I've been making mostly original chiptune music and arrangements, but when Rafael presented me with this opportunity, I just had to go for it. It's been an ideal way for me to combine both the skills that I've been developing and working on these last couple of years, but also my musical upbringing and my life as a classical musician. And the sound of Astrea's music has gone through several iterations. We started off with the well-known and beloved JRPG sound as a reference, right? But after bouncing off some of the compositions from Raphael and some of my arrangements, we've been able to craft quite a unique sound for the game. We're going for an intimate, small ensemble sound, lots of intertwined melodies, lots of lush harmonies, but also we've experimented with the instrumentation to bring out some of those ethereal, floaty vibes that the gorgeous art from the game evokes. And I hope that this musical offer from Moonsailor is one that you'll enjoy.
The next piece I'd like to discuss is a boss theme of the game. It has the same chamber orchestra sound as the last one I showed you, but it is more upbeat and exciting. And for this, we had a quartet record in pieces separately, but it adds so much to the texture of the strings, having those live musicians really having at it. So I'd like to show first the strings recorded and then how they complement the entire sound. This arrangement also featured heavily the work of Gabriel Marques. He's our producer of orchestral recordings. He's been transcribing the arrangements Narek did. And he also managed the recordings with the musicians. So he was behind the sound of the strings itself. He's also incredibly talented, has been working with me in other projects as well. And we've been having a streak of good luck finding new friends and collaborators to work with us in Moonsailor. And I hope you liked this presentation. There is a lot more music to come. We're working on this really complete and rewarding soundtrack for this game. And we hope you enjoy the game, the soundtrack when it comes out. We hope you enjoy the rest of the show. And see ya. I hope to see you more around. And cheers from Brazil.
My name's Ian. I'm one of the co-founders of Afterburner Studios. We make Dreamscaper. In just a moment, I'm going to cut over to an interview I had with Dale North, our incredibly talented composer. You may know Dale from his work on Wizard of Legend, Sparklight, or the upcoming Astral Ascent, among many others. Dale and I are going to be doing a deep dive into some of the music and design considerations for Dreamscaper. Let's take a look. Dale, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
So I'm going to start really quickly with some background on Dreamscaper for people who may not know about it. Dreamscaper is an action roguelite with a waking dreaming gameplay cycle. During the day, players will take on the role of Cassidy, exploring Red Haven and developing relationships with characters. And at night, you'll jump into Cassidy's dreams, taking on some of her nightmares. Rob, Paul, and I came to you very early on, and we laid a lot on your shoulders because so much of Dreamscaper is about atmosphere and is about environmental storytelling, things that are a little more abstract. So we knew music was going to be really important from the get-go. And when we came to you, it was like, here are all these kind of heavy themes, mental health, loss, isolation, and, character dealing with all this. How did you tackle representing these themes tonally? What was that process that you worked through?
When I was younger, I used to dream a lot. And I maybe don't dream as much as I did now. But there was always some instance of one thing that gave me awareness that I was in a dream. And I thought, what would that be musically? What could stand for that musically, where you felt like you were in a dream, or you were aware you were in a dream, but there was some kind of anchor. So I thought, what if that was a musical thing? And so for Dreamscaper, I came up with a very, very marked 3-note motif. Given that the game splits between a lucid and a dream state, those are two very distinct states of awareness, but you're in the same experience and you're the same person. Mm-hmm. This one motif hopefully is the anchor that you hear in all of those, either highlighting it, burying it, super accentuating it, warping it, twisting it, based on the emotion. In the beginning, it was more like Cassidy's theme is this instrument, or this feeling is this conveyance. And I remember having a piece of paper where I even used cute little icons and graphed it out. But the reality was that it was probably too complex, and it probably would lose the player. What's cool about working on music for a game is your head is actively taking this work after weeks and months, and it's just iterating on it. Your subconscious, which ties very beautifully to the game, by the way. Your subconscious is just kind of grinding on this in very, very literal sense. I was hearing these themes in my dreams and just kind of plugging those in and literally coming back to work and being like, okay, I know exactly what I want to do.
Dreamscaper, we have a soundtrack that will oscillate between the exploration and the combat so that the tonally matches up. So I know, especially because you are also working sometimes in very challenging time signatures. So you're doing things that were unorthodox. You know, how did you kind of surmount that challenge of having these two pieces married together?
I knew back from the beginning of this conversation, I knew that we had painted ourselves, or I had painted myself in the corner with some of the music design elements. And so we ditched a lot of those and we came up with basing it off a motif that was super flexible. One thing that I kept was having this very marked time signature. I just really felt strongly about having this 6 time, you know, and just, at least when I'm dreaming or I'm aware that I'm in a dream, it does feel like the time in a dream is pulling you back a bit and you really can't do things at the pace that you want. I thought about how interesting would that be for a roguelike, which are typically very fast paced, very driven feeling experiences. So when I came up with this meter and feeling in tempo, honestly, the tempos for Dreamscaper songs are very slow. I knew the feedback immediately from submitting the first pieces of music that you guys would give it, and they're like, yo, this is too slow. I'm like, well, wait. The battle state of this music could just feel way more energetic and active and actually be the same tempo. And of course, I was asked to prove that. It was out of that, it was out of that I kept the bass feeling and tempo and tried to do what essentially musically is a double time on top of it, but keep the same melody, the same low 60 and 70 beats per minute tempo, but just have these driving elements and a lot of polyrhythmic and other complex things that feel a lot like the horrible feeling you have when you're in a nightmare. And you have some sense of groundedness, but you also have this slower tempo and pace pulling you back. It was just massaging those two elements until it was something we all felt good about.
One of the things that was kind of a recurring theme, at least for us when we were evaluating it, is how much you were able to stretch, like you said, that lower BPM and that tempo by adding like a lot of movement through the piece, and by also adding a lot of juxtaposition. The things like you'd have really grungy, gritty sounds kind of underlaying things. You'd have sweeping, organic sounds that were then, cut through with mechanical, more distorted elements.
In composing media music, you start to think about how do you make this your own? How do you make this unique to this world? What if the nightmare stuff was just really distorted and gnarly? So then I thought, well, there's something here. What if we took some of this mindset, but kind of melded this like beauty, like really have beauty be the anchor, and then just have really kind of not fully ugly, but definitely marked departures of that beauty to really accentuate that you're in a nightmare. So then that was a very comfortable, like, okay, we can move forward with that. And I don't remember what the first piece was, but I sent it along and you guys loved it. And I was like, okay, this is gonna work.
Yeah, I think that was the campground.
Campground. It was
And
Campground.
I
Yeah.
think you're right that it also reflected the art in the game too, because Paul did a really amazing job of making something ugly beautiful, but it's like, you know, like there's this kind of haunting atmosphere and this nightmare, you know, the fracturing of the world, but at the same time it had kind of a beauty to it, and I think that the music then reflected that with the different kind of opposing elements in it.
Absolutely. Paul's art was just after that point of us deciding how to go forward, Paul's art was 100% the key inspiration, literally thematically, for every piece of music from then on out. It actually became one of the most gratifying creative processes I've ever been through, because it was like, he would send something along and it was just like, you know, it would just be like this casual thing, like, oh, here's, I'm like, are you kidding me? Look at this, you know? And so for me, immediately, with the kind of systems we designed, the soundscape we had built, the decisions we made, when a piece of art came through, I was like, well, I know what I'm doing now.
So let's talk a little bit about favorite pieces. What piece are you most proud of? I have my own, but what pieces kind of stand out to you?
This is always the worst when I say it, because I know it doesn't even do my own work justice, but like, I love shop and room themes.
I knew you were going to say that.
I knew you knew that too, because you know, in working on games, and I suppose even like, well, all media music, television, movies, the thing that you do that uses all that you've built and created for the world, but in a slightly different, maybe a little bit more relaxed way, is just powerfully gratifying. So the first time I saw the waterfalls in that room, I was like, how does this sound musically, and how do I plug in everything that we built to really support this?
I would say, I think the two that I'll go back to and listen to all the time, obviously the Dreamscaper theme. Like the first time I had heard that, and just how it builds and swells in such a beautiful way. Love that. And then, I mean, I was always a big fan of your boss themes. They're incredible. I think that final boss theme, it just sets the stage so well, and incorporates those leitmotifs that in a way that I hadn't heard them yet, which is really cool.
That's good to hear. The late game stuff, by the time, was very comfortable, so I really started experimenting and playing. And the late game songs are actually noisy from a technical, musical, and recording standpoint. They're very noisy, and it's because I would either reamp or re-record things that I recorded 2 or 3 times. I would run things through distortion pedals. I would do what they call gaining up, where I would record something very quiet, turn it all the way up in an analog stage, and re-record that and put that in. In the beginning of the game, I wanted things to be clean. I wanted to be dirtier and dirtier by the end. Even though the shop theme, the room themes are my favorite to show people, I think my favorite stuff to work on was like the latter 2 combat themes and boss themes, because it really felt like I was in the world by that time, and I was really making Dreamscaper music.
latter bosses was this boss that was an embodiment of regret. And that was a really unique and interesting piece because it was more like a waltz, and it has this, because the themes are so much about time and how the character interprets some of the events in her past and how that is reflected on her now. I think that really came through well in that piece, and it was so unique because you get this wistful, nostalgic, kind of sad thing from the piece that you did, and a lot of that has to do with how you worked with the time signature and the kind of sweeping movement throughout it. That was, you wouldn't expect normally for a boss theme, but it worked really well.
You do have this reflection in regret. You can't have regret without reflection. So I wanted to musically have like a looking back, not, nostalgia, you said, is a good word for it, but just almost the sweetness of it, to have to look at things, and then the terrible feeling of realizing how you feel about that. That's regret to me. So that's why that was a waltz. That's why it has this kind of lilting, kind of pulling feeling. That's why it's highly melodic. It makes you think of the past. It makes you think of what you might be regretting. All the boss themes, given that the mission was so clear, it was an emotion. It was a negative emotion mostly. And I did the most blatantly clear, dorky music thing you could do for all of them, which was, what does this emotion sound like to me? What does it make me think of? And very, very quickly, a melodic figure would come up for me. Of course, I would work in our motif, build that song.
Bosses were representative of emotions, so Dale oftentimes was working off a core emotion and the story as well. Did you find that some of the other bosses were challenging for you based upon kind of the thematic directive?
They were all hard. They were all really hard because I didn't want to do an obvious thing, and I really wanted to do the story justice. I really wanted to do the build of the progression of the story justice, and so it felt like, were I just to write a small, quiet song for isolation, probably not going to do the trick, nor would it feel like a boss battle. And that was the key challenge across the board. But it's how do you take this emotion and how do you make it fit? And for me, isolation was the one that really it felt like it clicked the most. How do you get to a point where this feels like you're fighting it? Because this is essentially what you're doing. You're fighting the emotion. That's what we were trying to put across.
It sounds like we had very similar struggles in the same places, because a lot of the challenge in Dreamscaper was marrying these disparate gameplay elements with the artistic intention that we wanted, the themes that we wanted to present. It is similar. You had some of those gameplay constraints that made it challenging because there's a little bit of dissonance there, and you were able to kind of find the sweet spot, which I think was one of the bigger challenges on our side as well.
In the end, that was just beautiful opportunity. It was just pure opportunity. In hindsight, it's opportunity. Working against it, I think for all of us was hard. But when you get to the point where you realize that it is opportunity to do something pretty unique, embracing that and running with it, I don't know that there's much that feels like that creatively. It's just like you're put in a place where you really have to bang your head against it to make it make sense. And then when you finally do, gosh, that feels good. It's just I would say top 5 feelings for creative work, period. That's
actually a lovely place to to stop for now. Do you have something you want to promote or a place that people can find you after this?
I am at delnorthmusic.com. Probably nothing to share right now. Astral Ascent coming out soon. Just running to early access. Super fantastic game.
Twitter?
At Dale North.
Perfect. All right. Thanks, Dale.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, that's it for the interview. If you like what you heard, Dreamscaper and the soundtrack are both on sale for 40% off right now for Save and Sound. So go check out the game, and thank you so much for watching.
Good evening, everyone. Hans here. Tamarindos has a demo available right now, so does Astrea Six-Sided Oracles for that matter, and Dreamscaper is 50% off. That's a pretty good bargain. All right, we only have 2 more blocks to go for you tonight, but we have quite some special games lined up. For those of you who stuck around, you're in for a little treat, I'd say. Up next, Snufkin, Melody of Moominvalley with a beautiful orchestral performance, Stoneshard with an exclusive peek at the sound design. Then we have OU with a lovely acoustic guitar performance. After that, we will be taking a look at Citizen Sleeper with a chat with the game's composer. And we'll finish this block with Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York, which will be showcasing its soundtrack. Well, that's all I got for you tonight. Enjoy the musical segments, and I'll see you right after those pieces. Bye-bye now.
My name is Oda Tilseth, and I'm the composer for the upcoming Snufkin Melody of Moominvalley game. And today we're going to play a little medley of the music that I've made for the game so far. Hope you enjoy, and make sure to wishlist the game on Steam.
My name is Pavel Smolin. I'm a sound designer and composer currently working on SFX for Stoneshard. I'm a pixel art fan, and then I first saw this game. I thought, wow, just look at these locations, interfaces, characters, animations. It's all incredibly beautiful. The music the composer made for Stoneshard was also amazing. I couldn't imagine a better fit for the game. So I was really into making the sound design for this little gem. I'm also a fan of Diablo, so then I found out that the developers were inspired by that game. I thought, this is great. We must be on the same wavelength. To create an interesting soundscape, I use different methods depending on the task. It can be a field recording, my own voice, or using high quality source material from sound libraries. I also use synthesizers and musical instruments when it's needed. Of course, the most interesting way is to record source material yourself. For all my recordings, I use the Zoom H6 recorder, and if necessary, I connect additional microphones. Sometimes even using the simpler and more compact recorder Zoom H1. Usually I make a list of what I need to record and do it on weekends, then I go to the countryside. I recorded many sounds of interaction between different materials and surfaces, stuff like stone, wood, metal, ground, glass, ceramics, water, and so on. There are also a lot of different medieval weapons in Stoneshard, so to create sounds for all of them, I needed everything that was in my grandfather's garage. I also used my own voice many times to give life to the main character, the enemies, and even the ancient troll boss. Feeling a little hungry now, join me in my kitchen. Sometimes I do things that players barely even notice, but if it contributes to the immersiveness of their experience, then why not? For example, in Stoneshard, it's possible to get cold in a small cloud from a smoke bomb, which makes you cough. So the in-game sound for it is my post-COVID cough. I wish you all good health. Do not get sick, guys, even it helps to create better sounds. To create all the animal sounds, I used various sound libraries as source material and then edited and processed them to fit specific animations. I think that a sound designer should keep a whole library of associations and sound images in his head. It allows for maximum creativity than putting together sounds that do not exist in the real world, such as the sounds of magic, skills, and fantasy creatures. Very often, to create these sounds, I combine the recorded source material with various synthesizers and effects. So, also, the team and I created an interesting mechanic for playable lute. My part was playing and recording single notes on a lute, then the artist drew the interface and the programmer made it all work. We didn't want to overcomplicate the system, so we based it on a piano keyboard, which works the same as any virtual piano. This way is much easier to play even for people with no previous experience in music. Yeah, it's only one octave, but if you are creative, you can actually play quite a lot of interesting tunes. Just listen to this. For monitoring and checking sounds, I use my studio monitors, and if I work late at night, I use my headphones with software that simulates the acoustic environment of a recording studio control room and corrects their frequency response. Sometimes, after testing the sound along a gameplay video or in-game, the initial idea does not quite work, or better ideas occur along the way. So the process of creating sounds can go through several iterations in order to achieve the best result possible. Sound design is a creative process in which various approaches are possible, but the main goals remain the same. It must solve the given task, complement the visual component and contribute to an even greater immersion. We've already released many updates, such as the Troll Slayer, Bolt Thrower, Way Forward, as well as the biggest update so far, City of Gold. With each new update, more and more sounds are added to the game. Much is yet to come for Stoneshard, and its soundscape isn't an exception. So, if you already played the game, stay tuned. If not, and if you haven't yet traveled the lands of Eldar, we welcome you to Stoneshard and hope you'll enjoy it as much as we do.
Hello, my name is Amos Roddy, and I am the composer and sound designer of Citizen Sleeper. First of all, thanks for inviting us to be part of this event. I think it's super cool, and I'm excited to watch the other videos. I thought I'd talk a little bit about the intentions and the process of writing the game's soundtrack. To start, just a little bit about the game itself. In Citizen Sleeper, the player takes on the role of an escaped worker who's just arrived on this abandoned but still inhabited space station called Erlin's Eye. And largely the game is about navigating this new life in this new place, as well as about the lives of the inhabitants of the station that you meet along the way. It's often very high stakes, but it's also often just quite mundane and day-to-day. It's people and relationships and how we choose to live within our own sentience, within our own mortality in whatever amount of time we have. And at least for me, that was what I wanted the music to be about. Sure, it takes place in, space. It's on a station, and it's arguably within the cyberpunk genre, whatever that means. But it's more about the intimacy and the day-to-day side of things that I was drawn to and that really resonated with me. Along those lines, I decided pretty early on that I wanted the music for the game to feel like it could have been written and created by residents of the space station itself, using, whatever limited means they had on hand or were able to build or repurpose. So subtractive synthesizers that were maybe constructed from repurposed transformers or tubes or circuits, or potentially amplifiers that were previously the speakers from intercom systems, old tape machines, audio samples through beaten up mics, pieces of metal or trash for percussion, so forth. And my initial intuitive pull was for the music to hopefully feel both metallic and cold, but also intimate and warm. The protagonist, the character you play, exists as both human and machine, and I wanted the tonal palette to reflect both sides of that existence. So in practice, for inorganic sounds, such as synths, this meant running them through like a crummy old tape deck or reamping them through a small Fender amp I own, just to bring in degrees of the organic unpredictability that magnetic tape and vacuum tubes and acoustic environments provide. Yeah, once digital sounds hit actual air, we're inherently introducing chaos. It's just the way acoustic environments work. And our ears love that chaos. It perks them up, and it's what we're used to hearing even if we don't know it, because that's how sound works as it travels through air. And at the other end, starting with, for example, something really organic, like sampling my own voice, this cold and warm idea meant piling on effects and turning knobs until I didn't feel like I was hearing myself anymore. My hope for the soundtrack is to kind of feel both these at the same time, and neither, which is, I don't know if that really quite works, but hopefully it did. And for anyone who's curious what I specifically used, much of the soundtrack is a Moog grandmother being run through the preamp of a defunct Akai reel-to-reel tape machine, which I then often resampled into a digital sampler for my own ease of use when using additional modulation after the print into Logic, which is my digital workstation. In retrospect, though, I think I could have used any synth, digital or analog, as most of the soundtrack's vibe and even arrangement actually comes from a heavy hand in post-processing, which was an approach that was inspired by the works of Boards of Canada and Aphex Twin, who are two artists I've been listening to for years and looking for an excuse to mimic or at least do some kind of personal interpretation of. Both these artists use processing heavily, and I was curious to experiment with fidelity degrading techniques similar to what I assumed they use. Both these artists also use repetition like quite unapologetically, which struck me as something that's sort of rare in modern music production. Modern digital technology just provides us with so many options. It's hard to resist tweaking and layering and adding variation and movement, which is something I generally agree with. But what happens if we just let music keep playing and maybe it doesn't need to change? And also personally, I've always struggled with using repetition in my music. So forcing myself to allow melodic sequences to replay over and over felt like a interesting and maybe even healthy challenge. I think repetition can be really hypnotic and beautiful and can allow listeners to on the music that's based on a set of variables that we assign. So we're not like triggering specific music on specific story beats. For one, there were just way too many story moments for us to effectively score them individually. And I think even if we did, it'd be challenging and clumsy maybe to time them all correctly, because the timing would have to reflect the player's speed of reading, and of course everyone reads at different speeds, so finding that synchronicity would be quite difficult. But I think even if that approach had worked, I think it might have made the world of Citizen Sleeper feel a little less alive and a bit more predictable. Instead, we implemented music as a sort of emotional weather forecast system. Based on what's happening in game, the game engine will send a signal to our music system to tell it what mood of music to play. If, say, an in-game event is labeled as quote-unquote reflective, then when that event occurs, it prompts our music system to pull up a list of songs we've labeled as reflective, and then it picks one of those at random. Yeah, that's the short of it. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that's the general idea. And I think it's kind of fun that there's sort of a dice mechanic hidden in the music system as well. And on the composition side, the system means that individual tracks need to be emotionally flexible enough to feel at home in a number of different narrative situations. I like to think of the individual tracks as sort of like photo filters that tint the gameplay. So, say like, how might you feel after a somber interaction with a character? Or at the beginning of a cycle in which you're beginning to starve. Two players might get two completely different tracks for particular in-game events, but at least hopefully both tracks are conducive to feeling a resonance with the given event, even if the music playing isn't telling you exactly how to feel. And in a way, the music is sort of ambivalent and sentimentally agnostic, which is something I'm actually really quite happy with in the soundtrack. Hopefully it isn't emotionally pushy, and hopefully it just adds a color here or there, or, well, actually, maybe more importantly, hopefully it gives the player space to reflect on what they're reading. I'm often drawn to music that invites a state of reflection or solace or spaciousness, rather than music that is clearly one mood or another. I think reflectivity and spaciousness aren't inherently relieving or oppressive, or happy or sad, or mournful, or excited. Those are emotive reactions. They're interpretations and reactions that are ours, even if they might be involuntary. So imagine being under a large tree's canopy that's like in the middle of a safe grassy field on a rainy day. What is the emotional color to that? I think everyone is going to have a different answer, right? But the location itself is not the intrinsic piece of that emotion, even if it is what prompted it. And I think there's a subtle step in the middle, which is an observation of the self in relation to the space that one is in. So if Citizen Sleeper is the grassy field in the rain, I wanted the music to exist as that pre-emotional observational state, rather than as the subsequent emotional reactions that might arise. And maybe the music elicits an emotion in the player, but whatever that emotion is, it isn't really because I was trying to push them in a certain direction. And I hope the music of Citizen Sleeper is able to express this distinction in some capacity. And I also hope that players are enjoying spending time in the game's world. Yeah, thanks so much, and again, thank you for inviting us to be part of this, and I hope all of you are well.
Hi, my name is Arkadiusz Żejkowski, and I am the person behind the soundtrack to Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York. You may know me as the composer behind many dark and sometimes disturbing video games. I have written music to both parts of Layers of Fear, to Hollat, to cyberpunk horror called The Observer, and most recently The Medium, for which I have composed the score with Akira Yamaoka-san. When I've heard that a Polish studio makes a project in World of Darkness universe, I really had to jump in. And you know, as you already know, Joe Distance gave me a chance, and together we did a storytelling visual novel called Vampire the Masquerade, Coteries of New York. So one of the most important aspects in my work is basically storytelling through music. Music can tell its own story, of course, but for me it really should complement the visuals and move the experience to another level. the interesting thing is that I really like visual novels, and I think one of my favorites is The House of Fata Morgana. It's this really dramatic and sometimes disturbing gothic romance with some really unique music. So I think it's worth checking out. Highly recommend it. And the other one is of course Steins Gate, and you may know it from the anime with the same title. So it's Coteries of New York wasn't like the first visual novel for me, but you may know, if you played those, that in this genre the music the music feels somewhat looped and limited, and that's completely true, because many times you can hear the same track over and over again throughout, for example, 10 to 15 hours. In Coteries of New York we wanted to create something different. We used an audio middleware called F-Mode and made the music adaptive. That means basically that I could create the layers of music, and for example I could split one track with 3 to 4 layers, and each could be triggered during the progress of the story, and it was really interesting to have more control over the soundscape this way, and of course over the emotions of the player, right? And for Coteries of New York I haven't created sort of a main theme, and instead we focused on creating the leitmotifs of characters, for example like Sophie or Tanika, and factions. In terms of the instruments, that the soundtrack is heavily electronic with some beautiful guitar parts and pieces recorded by Bruno Lubas, and I also have used some of my processed recordings, and I have videos of synths, modular synths also, and for instance Prophet 6 recordings, which is a hardware synth, really beautiful piece of work. It's actually next to me, it's this one, and I use it all the time. Yeah, and I think that one of the inspirations was, of course, besides the music of Rick Schaffer, was the music by Trent Reznor. I really love his work, especially the music from movies like A Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, Gone Girl, really fantastic and hypnotizing work. And our main goal was to create this atmosphere which would take you closer to the underground and hidden world of vampires and their clans. The music in-game, of course, feels vastly different than the one on the album. Maybe it could be nice to talk a little bit about the tracks on the album. And so we've got 3 tracks that were composed and recorded solely by Bruno Lubas, and those tracks were meant to feel like it was recorded by a music band in some kind of an underground music club, and played by a band there. For example, Auspex has this really beautiful dirty guitar tunes, percussion, and the vision behind those tracks was we wanted this music to be quite similar to what we can hear in the movie called Only Lovers Left Alive, which is a beautiful movie about vampires. Highly recommended too. So yeah, on the other hand, we've got those synthetic piano pieces made by me, like for example Noblesse Oblige is much more clean, and you can hear slightly out of tune piano that carries the track, and this piece was meant to be played during times that you meet the clan of Ventrue. And of course there's for example the Torado clan, which making music for this one was really interesting. I really like the clan. I played the Torado class in Vampire Bloodlines. So Torado clan is the clan of the Rose, and those are artists, seductive personalities, and the music needed to feel that way too. It was composed with a bass drum, which lasts throughout the whole composition, and the other elements slowly start to appear along with the rhythm, and the rhythm was supposed to be felt like blood pressure, like it was pumping, and the tension also slowly rises, so the rhythm rises too. It was really I think it's really interesting, and because of the nature of those vampires of this clan, this is like I think it's the only track where we decided to use the real instruments and not many synths, so it has strings, for example. So, and then there's the Malkavian. We have this really interesting character called Hope, and her her motive is quite deranged, so to speak, because Malkavians are basically insane. So the motif needed to feel like it's clouded by a lot of thoughts, so it has a lot of small things going on all around the player. Guys, I'm really glad that I took part in this world, basically, and I also hope it's not my last, honestly. The world of darkness is really close to me, so I hope that you liked the soundtrack, and I also feel that it can be used really nicely in offline sessions, in offline RPG sessions, so please feel free to do it. Of course, I would like to thank Draw Distance for inviting me to tell a few words about my work here. Thank you.
Hey everyone! Snufkin and OU are available for wishlist, Stoneshard is in early access, Citizen Sleeper is available for purchase, and I believe that Vampire the Masquerade Coteries of New York is 80% off right now. That's quite the bargain. So make sure to wishlist all the games you've enjoyed so far. Check out the Steam event we have going on right now, or right on the front page, so it shouldn't be too hard to miss us. Save and Sound is first and foremost a celebration of music and audio in games. We're incredibly happy that we've been able to showcase all this wonderful content, and I hope that you've had a wonderful time. I'm Hans, and I've been your host this evening, and we have one more piece for you before we go. You will not be seeing me after this, but we will be right back tomorrow at 7 p.m. CEST, 10 a.m. PDT, and at the same times Sunday as well on YouTube and Twitch for day 3. Tomorrow's lineup has some fantastic games, so make sure to check out the Save and Sound website, saveandsound.io, to see the full schedule. All right, our last piece for tonight is a very chill musical segment by Kardboard King's Card Shop Simulator, which is perfect to just wind down and let our brains rest. Have a nice evening, everyone, and I'll see you tomorrow. Let's just take a little moment to appreciate this lava lamp. Wow, that's a nice lava lamp. All right, bye-bye, everyone. Have a nice evening.
Bye.